My name is David Payman, already know. I've been on the board since 11, and it's been my honor to be chosen in 2023 to serve as president of Montgomery County Board of Elections. It's great to see so many familiar faces and some new ones. How many of you served as a canvasser in the primary election in 2024? Awesome. Round of applause. How many of you served for either the primary or the general of 2022? How many of you used your first hand? Appreciate all of you joining. I'll have some more to say in a minute, but our first order of business is to select the officers for the Montgomery County Board of Canvassers for the 2024 general election. March.
Thanks, David. I move to elect Amy Hobart as the secretary, Daniel Coroma as the vice chair, and David Neiman as chair board.
Second that motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that Amy Hobart be elected as the secretary, Daniel Coroma as the vice chair, and myself as the chair. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, colleagues, for your continued confidence. Before I introduce our guest speaker today, I want to wish a happy birthday to Governor Russell Moore, who nominated. That was not his political statement. I just nominated. He nominated all of us for the Board of Elections, and we appreciate that. He's still a young man as far as I'm concerned. I discovered recently that he was born in Montgomery County while I was a student member of the Montgomery County Board of Education, which gives you the sense that I'm getting older. I'm not sure if that means that I get credit or blame for anything he's done, but that's the way it is. So some of you may know that the first thing I did when the Democrats took over the majority of our board after Governor Moore took office, and I took over as board president in June of 2023, was that I invited Connie Morella, one of the most famous and popular Republican elected officials in Montgomery County history, to speak at our swearing-in ceremony. I wanted to start today's canvass opening on a similar bipartisan note, so I invited our former colleague and current State Board of Elections Vice President Jim Shalley to speak to us this morning. And I'm pleased that he accepted my invitation. Some of you may remember, maybe many of you may remember, that Jim was our board president from 2015 to 2021. Prior to that, he was the Republican nominee for county executive in 2014 and the chair of the Montgomery County Republican Party before that. Now he's back in the election administration world, and we are happy to have him here today. Jim.
Thank you. David, thank you for the invitation. This is like old home. I was president of this board for 6 years. And this brings back a lot of memories. So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm vice chairman of the State Board of Elections. And on behalf of Jared Damaris, who's our state administrator in the State Board of Elections, I'm here personally to tell you from them how much we appreciate what you're doing. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Democracy, people say, what's the definition of democracy? You know what the definition of democracy is? This room is the definition of democracy. You guys do a great job, and the most important job, making sure we have fair and safe elections. And with all the crap that we hear about elections not being fair and all that, untrue. It's because of your work, your dedication, that the citizens of Maryland have faith in our elections. There's no fraud. No. It's all BS. You guys make it so that we can accept these elections without hesitation. and David and the board here. And David, like you have a president here who's got more knowledge and dedication than any board president in the state. And you've got a great board of elections, great staff with bars and all the workers. It's just a wonderful feeling to be here. Look at your faces and see the dedication you have to our democracy. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Good luck. I don't know how long you're gonna be here, but it's democracy. Get used to it. But thank you again, Dave.
Thank you very much. Before I'm going to call on the colleagues for their remarks and turn it over to the election director and board attorney, I have a few things to share. As Jim said, thank you for being here and for doing your part to support democracy in Montgomery County. We know you have many choices on how to spend your time, and we appreciate your choosing to be here with us to help with the vote counting process for the 2024 general election. We'll be here multiple times per week until mid to late November, and we appreciate your help. I'd like to thank our amazing staff, led by Election Director Boris Brajkovic, Acting Deputy Director Jana Cross, Board Attorney Kevin Karpinski, Director of Voter Services Sandy Prudenti, and today led by Canvass Lead Michelle Condon, for everything they've done to prepare for the canvass and everything they'll be doing throughout the canvass. Some of you may recall that my job includes the public health message, and that I will be giving probably every day. We're really glad you're here, and we appreciate your dedication to helping us promote democracy in Montgomery County, but we want everyone to stay healthy, both so that you can enjoy the days that you're not here, and so that we can keep the canvass on schedule. So if you feel sick, or if you have a cold or fever, please contact our staff and take a day off rather than toughing it out and putting yourselves and others at risk of illness. During the course of the canvass, all of us will be talking to a variety of people, including observers. Some of these observers will be representatives of different interests relating to the election, candidates, parties, ballot question advocates, etc. Please don't read too much into our informal conversations with each other or with the observers. Our job as board members is to talk to everyone so that they talk to us and not to you. I personally will speak with candidates, parties, and ballot question advocates I agree with, and those that I don't, and I won't be announcing which is which. Finally, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues first for being here. As all of them have competing obligations, and those don't disappear even when our job of being on the board is very time consuming. And I also want to thank them for being my partners in our continued goal of making our excellent elections in Montgomery County even better. So you'll now hear from each of them, starting with Vice Chair David Crow.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, everyone. This has been a great privilege for me because I observed the primary canvass and now the general election. Educational because I'm learning only from the amazing staff of my colleagues as well, who have been gracious enough to teach me. This is my first time to say learning the process, but I learned from many of you who were here during the primary canvass. So thank you for the opportunity and thank you for signing up. It's amazing to see the lifeblood of democracy, that it's not the machine, but it's the people. And so I just want to thank you for dedicating yourself to this process and making sure that the process is correct, is complete. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, give me Secretary Ami Over. Ami, if you would come this way because the camera won't catch you.
Okay. Work my spaghetti. Thank you. My name is Ami Hober, and I want to express my appreciation for all of you being here. There are many familiar faces. I appreciate every day that you have spent in this effort. This is a particularly contentious election cycle, and every minute that you're here makes our job and makes the job of all election officials much easier, and we appreciate everyone's effort. Thank you.
Next is board member Tina Han.
You're gonna have to stand up and work your way through spaghetti too.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kina Anu. As you all know, I serve as the board member to Montgomery County Board of Elections. And it's been my extreme privilege to be part of this board, but more importantly, it's been my extreme privilege to be working with you all. I have a professional work in community engagement, and I know so much of the work of volunteering is done with participation of people who work tirelessly to make their ends meet, so they can make their commitments happen. And so for so many of you, like David just shared, you are also putting aside some of your other commitments to make the democratic process work. And I'm so grateful, and I'm so honored by so many of you who come back. Some of you who have somehow caught a friend also come here with you, so you're being part of the process in an even grander way. I look forward to getting to know you, to learning your story, to figuring out why you are here, what keeps bringing you back here. And I am so excited that we get to once again ensure that we have fair and free elections for this county and for the states. And if you see me, please do not be afraid to say hi. I'm learning with you, and hopefully we'll have a good time. So thank you.
And Tina, next is board member Diane Dillon.
Hello, everybody. I'm Diane Dillon. I've been on the board. This is my second four-year term. I want to thank everybody for the time they're going to be dedicating over the next couple of weeks. And I want to particularly thank those who are coming back, knowing exactly how much this will entail, and the new ones who have the willingness to sign up. There are lots of times in this process that camaraderie is built and enjoyed, and we do want you to enjoy your time here. I want to underscore the comments of my colleagues about the importance of this, the democracy that we have in this country, the representative democracy. The democracy here where every single vote is counted, where we elect with our vote, our representatives, who will then represent us to pass the laws and give us the freedom that we so greatly cherish. So you are doing invaluable work here. The integrity of the vote is everything that counts. And we run fair and clean elections here in Montgomery County, and that's because of the great work of all of you. So thank you very much. And it'll be a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you, Diane. Next will be board member Alice.
Morning, everybody. Alex Vincent. This is my second full term on the board, and I actually served part of the third one. I was just thinking this is my ninth canvas, and I've been serving Mr. Name on every single one of those. Hard to believe we've done that many. So I appreciate all of you being here. You've all made tremendous sacrifices of your time, away from your families, your jobs, and other pursuits. And so know that your dedication and commitment is greatly appreciated. So I look forward to working with all of you. It's going to be great, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. And last but not least, board member Margie Blau.
Hi, everyone. I'm Martina Bappo. Thank you so much for being here today. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I don't think I could have said it any better than they have. This is my first term on the board, and it's been an incredible experience, especially with the first canvas I attended. And then as a board member, and the second one this time around, just keeping it short and sweet, I wanted to thank you all for being here and the incredible work that I'm already putting into this canvas, and it means the world, especially to the democratic process, but also to the staff and the board. And I also want to end with thanking the staff who put a lot of hours and a lot of hard work to ensure that all of this is possible. So again, reach out to me if you have any questions. If you have any, just want to say hi, if you have any particular questions about the staff, they're much more knowledgeable than me, but I can help out if needed. With that, I think I'm turning my over to David. Thank you all.
So, just wanted to clarify a couple of things before I turn it over to boards. First of all, when board members are making reference to their number of canvases, we consider each election to be a canvas. So we may be talking about, 15 to 20 canvas meetings when we say we've had one canvas. So when Alex says we've worked together on 9 canvases, that's 9 times however many times we've met. And when Margie said sort of, that she had her first, but she had her first over many, many days. And I do want to underscore what some of my colleagues said. We are thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to talk with you in terms of just like a hi, how are you? But if you have questions, your questions are going to go to these experts over here. Our job is going to be, we are the board, we are kind of oversee the process, but when you have detailed questions, they will be the ones who you talk to, and we will be anxiously following what they're doing and learning along with you. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our election director, Board.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to 2024 general election canvas. Nice to see you all. As everyone said, some returning, some new faces. I believe that we are building a group that will be going with us for the next couple of elections going forward. I will just go through the script that will give a few notes about the canvas process, expectations, and I will have my colleague, as David already introduced them, Sandra Prudenti, who is the manager of water services, and Michelle Conda, who will be our canvas lead in this election. So again, my name is Boris Brajkovic. I'm election director for Montgomery County Board of Elections. On behalf of the Board of Elections, I would like to thank you all for volunteering to serve as canvas team members. All election officials and staff are appreciative of the monumental role that you have taken upon yourself in the administration of fair, transparent, and efficient elections. We will have a number of canvas days before and after election day, thanks to the large number of our engaged voters who have or will request, receive, and return mail-in ballots. As of yesterday, more than 166,000 Montgomery County voters have requested mail-in ballots for the 2024 presidential general election. We also know that many of our voters will vote in person during early voting from October 24th to October 31st and on election day, November 5th. The Montgomery County Board of Canvassers, composed of 7 members of the Montgomery County Board of Elections from the 2 principal political parties, will supervise the 2024 presidential general election canvass, and the board staff will support the board and the canvassers to complete the process in a fair and efficient manner. All canvass days are open to the public and live stream. The link for live streaming and the canvas schedule are available at the Board of Elections website, 777vote.org. Today is October 15, 2024. This is declaration of quorum present. The canvass for the 2024 general presidential election officially commenced at 10:15 today.
Today, all 7 members of the Montgomery County Board of Canvassers are present. Therefore, at least 1 member of the Board of Canvassers who is a registered voter of the principal minority party is present. Quorum is present for these proceedings. Karen Michelle, clerk of the court, administered and recorded the oath of each member of the Board of Canvassers prior to the first day of canvass. Today, Mr. David A. Naaman was elected chair of the Board of Canvassers. Mr. Daniel Coloma was elected vice chair of the Board of Canvassers, and Ms. Amy Colbert was elected secretary of the Board of Canvassers. Public notice of the canvass was posted on the Board of Elections website 777vote.org on October 5th, 2024, published in the form of a press release and communicated to the central committees of the principal parties and each candidate who is not a candidate of a political party. Now, Mr. Kevin Kapinski, attorney for the Board of Canvassers, will administer the oath for the canvassers.
Thank you, Boris. My name is Kevin Kapinski, I'm the attorney of the board. We really have 2 housekeeping matters to take care of. The first is if you have not filled out your confidentiality agreement, please, let's take a minute, go ahead and fill it out and then have your partner go ahead and witness your signature. And this document, in essence, it's almost like when you do jury service. It basically is acknowledging that you will not disclose what we do in canvass because obviously election day has not occurred yet. So it's very important that you keep what you do here today confidential. And what you're signing is an agreement that you agree to do so. And maintain our proceedings confidential as we begin the canvass. So why don't we take a minute and do that, and then we're going to administer the oath. Looks like everyone is done. If you're not, please complete it before, and we're going to have people come around and pick everything up. If you're able to do so, please stand and raise your right hand as I administer the oath. So how it works is I'm going to say I, and you state your name, and then I'll read a few words, and then you just repeat after me. Okay? I do swear or affirm. I will support the Constitution. Of the United States. That I will be faithful. Bear true allegiance. To the state of Maryland. Support the Constitution. Laws thereof.
And laws thereof.
And I will. That's my skill and judgment.
To the best of my skill and judgment.
Diligently and faithfully. Without partiality or prejudice.
Without partiality or prejudice.
Execute the office of canvasser.
Execute the office of canvasser.
According to the Constitution.
According to the Constitution.
The laws of this state.
Laws of the state.
Congratulations, you've all been sworn in, and thank you very much for coming in. Okay. Okay, I have
We have a legal requirement to share the public policy, so please, bear with me. Ballot scanners that are used in the canvas successfully passed logic and accuracy testing. The Montgomery County Board of Election staff followed established procedures in the verification process, including the following. Ballot scanner serial numbers and seal numbers are included in the zero report. The public counts on the ballot scanners are zero. These counts are presented in the zero report. A copy of zero report is signed by the board of canvassers of the designee and filed. Rules of canvass can be shared with the public and all canvassers, and they include the public and media shall maintain an acceptable distance while inspecting the ballots and observing the canvass process. All questions from the canvassers should be directed to me. Janet Ross, who is acting deputy election director, Sandra Prudenti, our water services manager, Michelle Gonda, who is our canvass lead, and Mr. Kevin Kaprisky, who is our board attorney. The public, including an elected official or representative of a political party, candidate, or campaign, and the media should not communicate with the canvass teams and or staff, but may communicate with the chair or board members. All questions should be asked in a manner that is not disruptive of the canvass process. No food or drink is allowed on the canvass tables. Please place all drinks on the floor in a secure container, which includes closed bottles but not open cans. Just a small note here. Some change compared to the primary. The Montgomery College can kindly ask only water to be brought into the room. Only water, because I think we had multiple spills of different liquids that they had a issue, some issues to remove. Further information on lunch breaks will be provided under housekeeping issues. No cellular phones are allowed to be used by canvass team members or observers in the canvass room for any purpose. Please keep them in your pocket or purse and let Michelle, Sandra, Janet, Kevin, or me know if you have an urgent need to leave the canvass room before your next break. Please keep voices down to avoid excessive noise that may be disruptive to others. The Board of Canvassers has the authority to maintain the order. The board, staff, and canvassers are responsible for safeguarding all records and documents. Observers may be near the canvassing team to observe their review of the envelopes, but are prohibited from trying to ascertain how a specific voter voted or touching an original election document. Rules of conduct for canvass observers are posted on the entry door and walls of the canvass room. Additional copies are available. The canvassing process summary was shared with all canvassing teams in preparation for today's canvass. A copy of the canvassing process instructions is provided to each canvassing team, and additional copies are available to any interested observer. My colleague shall know that the canvassing for the 2024 presidential general election canvass will present the canvassing process instructions.
Good morning, everybody. You were all sent the instructions with when you were selected to come today. I hope you read them. If you didn't, I will start going over them. And there is a set of instructions on everybody's table. You guys want to follow along? We will be passing batches out to everybody, and we put up to 50 ballots per batch. The reason we did that is getting closer to the end, we might not have 50 per batch, so they'll be lower. At the beginning, we'll have all 50s, okay? You will receive your batch. You will count how many ballots we gave you. And there will be a sheet attached to it, which is green. Sandy's gonna show it. That'll say the count that we're giving you. You still have to count and then write the number on the first line, which is A. Okay, if you receive anything other than the number that's on the sheet, then please raise your question card. All your cards are in your boxes. There's a question card, there's a pencil card, there's a need a ballot card and a gun card. Those cards will be used throughout the day. Once you confirm the count.
Good.
Once you confirm the count, I need you guys to work as a team, not individually, not one person and then the other, as a team. You're gonna be looking at each envelope to make sure that it's timely and make sure that the oath is signed. Okay, on the regular envelopes, the oath is on the back part of the envelope and it's signed. Okay, on the web delivery ballots, which will be a combination of both, regular ballots and web delivery ballots. On those, you're not gonna be able to see if it's signed on the envelope, you're gonna have to open it and see if this oath is signed on the inside. Okay, once you see that the oath is signed, the oath will go back into the envelope. Okay, any other documents that are found inside the envelope other than the ballots, if it's a certificate of assistance, you'll put that back in the envelope. If it's an ID, statement for utilities or anything like that, I need you to write the voter's ID number on the top and place it at the top of your table. Okay, and the ID number will be on the envelopes and I'll come around and show you guys where it is once you get your envelopes. Once you confirm that everything is timely, everything is signed, then you'll go ahead and you'll start removing the ballots from the envelope. You'll remove the ballot, you'll check it, you'll flip the envelope upside down so you can't see the voter's name. Okay, you're gonna flatten the envelope, make sure that it's not torn, make sure that it's not written on, no stains, no spill, no anything, and it can be scanned. If there is something wrong with the ballot, you have little pink cards on your tables. Write down what ballots you need. And then raise your need a ballot card, and we will come around, get your pink paper, get your ballots, and bring them back to you so you can duplicate the ballots. And I'll explain about the duplication in a little bit. If the ballots are fine, and you flatten them out, I need you to back bend all the ballots. So that they're flat completely, not the little curves, completely flat as you can get them, okay? If there is any ballot that is filled out in pencil, you're gonna raise your pencil card. Someone will come around, mostly the board, will come around and stand next to you while you're filling in the ovals. You cannot fill in the ovals unless someone is standing by your table. Okay? If you receive a ballot that is an FBO, which is a federal ballot only, it's going to be completely different than the regular ballots you see. It's only gonna have 2 races on it. And it should say on the envelope, it'll say FBO. Or if it's a web delivery ballot, you'll see that it's a short ballot. That, you're gonna have to raise your need a ballot card for every single one, doesn't matter if it's a cardstock ballot or it's a paper ballot. They do not stand. They need to be duplicated on the regular ballots, okay? When you're going to duplicate anything, only on the ones that you're going to duplicate, you're gonna grab the highlighter that's in your box, and you're gonna write your batch number -1 for the first ballot you duplicate on the original ballot. And you're gonna stamp it original ballot, and you guys have stamps all in your boxes, okay? On the clean ballot, the one you're going to duplicate on, you're also gonna write the batch number -1, so it matches. Then one person is going to read the ballot while the other person is going to mark it. Then you'll switch the ballot. And then the other one that marked the ballot will read it, and the one that read will double check to make sure everything is correct. If it's correct, you'll put it in 2 separate files. The new ballot that you just marked will go with the regular ballot that you're passing through. Do not write a highlighter on the regular ballots, please. We had an issue with that last time. And the ones that are duplicated, the originals, you're gonna put separate. Because once we put them all together, the duplicated original ballots will go at the very bottom of your stack. Okay? The ballots that you duplicated on will go at the very top of your pile. Okay? Once you're done with everything, duplication, counting, you're gonna count everything again and make sure you have all the ballots, nothing was left in the envelopes. And put the number down back on the sheet that you get. If there's a ballot that has writing on it, they wrote their name on it, it's an identifying mark.
If it's a ballot that you can't figure out what they want to vote for, then you will have a question card. We will get you a referral envelope. Those will go to the board on the times that they're gonna do their referrals. Okay, you're gonna leave the envelope on your table because we'll collect it all together. Okay, we'll just hand you the envelope where you're gonna put that ballot. If it's an identifying mark on the ballot, you are not going to write the voter's name or ID number on the sheet. You're just gonna write identifying mark. Okay, if it's anything else, say it's not timely, then you will have everything together, then you write the voter's name and their ID number on the sheet and then put not timely. Or if it's not signed. If it's not signed, if you find a ballot that's not signed, what you're gonna do is raise your hand. We will collect that ballot because we have time to cure it, so we will take it back to the office and have it cured. We'll reach out to the voter and get a signature. Okay? On the envelope, or on the oath that's inside the web delivery ballots. If there's nothing there, set it aside. Envelope and ballot together, don't separate them. Okay? Does anybody have any questions? When you're done with everything, raise your done card. We'll come by with a folder, collect everything, and then we'll pass out another batch. Thank you.
Just
But when we will be cutting all of the envelopes, that'll be your time to make sure to read through the instructions again and check your box to make sure you have the original ballot stamp and not a different stamp. And just make sure you have everything that you need. It will take us a few minutes to pass out all of the batches, so you use that opportunity to familiarize yourself with all of them.
So I think that in the opening of today's meeting, both Mr. Sherrick and Mr. Gainer were talking about the quality of work that you do and the results that are correct in Montgomery County. We don't guess, we don't improvise, we don't test theories, we follow the rules. You have the instructions, please raise your hand, there will be a whole group of people walking around, assisting you, building your knowledge, building your capacity to take us to this case. So we will do it right in the first go. When it comes to the board referrals, the board plans to have board referral sessions at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. on each day of canvass. Ballots are referred to the board for a variety of reasons, such as determining timeliness of voter intent. If there are changes to the time for board referrals due to scheduling issues, when possible, the change in time will be posted on the website and announced in the course of the canvass. If a member of the public, including an elected official or a representative of a political party, candidate, or campaign, wishes to challenge a decision of the Board of Canvassers about a particular ballot, the individual should notify the board attorney. The challenge must be made when the ballot is presented for acceptance or rejection. The individual will be asked to complete a challenge form. The ballot and challenge form will be put aside for consideration by the Board of Canvassers. The board attorney must be present before the board can make a decision on the ballot. The Board of Canvassers will consider the information provided and decide whether to accept or reject the ballot in question. If the Board of Canvassers' decision regarding the question ballot is challenged, the ballot will be physically separated in case there is an appeal or an administrative complaint filed, and if it is an accepted ballot, counted on a separate memory card. The canvassing schedule is available on our website, 777vote.org, and it will be updated in the event of any changes. Canvass is scheduled to last each day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now, a few housekeeping items. Canvass teams will break for a 30-minute lunch break in a staggered manner. Please make sure you complete your batch. There are no ballots at your table when you break for lunch. If one of team members need to exit the room for whatever reason, please raise your hand so our team member can stand next to the ballots that are presented on the table. In every moment, ballots that are on the table have to be under the eyes of at least two individuals. A lunch area is available in the lobby area behind, where the board members are sitting, and then the hallway to my right. There's a microwave, I believe, a vending machine on the second floor. Restrooms are located outside the canvas room, with the women's restroom, right side, this door to the left, and the men's room is on the other side. Please note that while you can exit through the door on my right, we kindly ask you to re-enter the canvas room through the door on my left, the main door you entered the room this morning. If you need a break while breaking on the bench, please raise your question card, the staff member will assist. Free parking for all councils, observers, and visitors is provided. This concludes the mandated script that I have to present to you and to the public, and we are ready to start. Thank you.
Fine. Take the opportunity to just
Okay, my sound is on now because it's 1 o'clock, so I don't want, of course, we only have 3 people attending at the moment, but, staff, I think. I don't know who that is. That could be anybody. Right, okay. Oh, and I have to turn off the sound. Oh, they already turned off the sound on it. Oh, where is, here it is. Who is that? Gonna have to. Okay, I'm gonna have to put on my mask. Okay, the board referral session is now convened.
Okay, first referral. 2024 presidential general election is out of 0503. It's potentially identifying Mark. So David, please don't put this on the camera.
Okay. Let me turn off my camera so I don't have to do it by accident. So. Okay. Okay, well. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we reject that ballot on the grounds of identifying Mark. How about I like to say, are there any objections?
Well, I have an objection.
Do you?
This should have remained in the envelope. So where do we know which ballot this came out of?
Can you look at the name? Yes.
Yeah.
I guess we gotta pull it out.
Yeah,
that
but I
way.
mean, but you don't have. Should be in here too.
Or
Kevin,
anything-
you don't have an objection to our rejecting the fact.
No. No, but I will, just for purposes of the record, I will go back with this person's name, go ahead and.
Find the envelope.
Pull out the envelope.
Right. So the envelope with that associated with that ballot is not here, it needs to be found, but,
It will be.
but it's a unanimous vote of the board that we are rejecting that ballot. Okay.
The color of plastic things.
You want the envelope in the board referral, if it's identifying Mark.
cannot-
You're gonna
no,
reject the entire.
no.
Potentially.
No, they do not. I kind of wish they did, because I think our voters don't really
And
understand,
you just put the
you
ballot.
know,
in, because
I think they do it with the best
the
of
rest of that-
intentions.
the Rest of that's gonna be counted.
Well, I've been working on you for a long time, Tony. So.
Yeah.
So we'll help.
Good thinking there, Diane. That's an easy solution.
Yeah.
0911 is, the question is as to question 1 of ballot.
Where are the Alex Vincent magnifying glasses?
Got an old one here.
I think I know what I would do. I'll go this way this time, okay? But, actually, I should show it on the screen.
This is what.
All right, so this is what it looks like. On the screen. And I'll let everybody have a look and then I'll see if there's a motion.
I'm just going to. In my mind.
Well, you can hear what others have to say too. Well, there's always two arguments whenever we have an X, but, okay, actually, maybe before we have a motion, how about we have a conversation? So Diane, do you want to express your view? Cause,
My view is that the clearly marked circle is the one I would accept as the vote. My logic being, if somebody circles both of them and realizes that's an error, my logic is that any mark to eradicate the wrong vote would leave the other one untouched, the correct vote. So my logic is to accept the clean vote as the one they intended. I agree.
I'm not sure if I understood the rationale, but I agree with the conclusion. To me, it looks like they marked the first one and crossed it out, and then they emphatically marked the against. And I say emphatically because it is very dark and completely filled in, whereas the first one is not as dark and not as filled in and has an X over it. So to me, it looks like the emphasis was on the against. So I would consider that to be a vote against for what I think would be similar, if not identical, reasoning to Diane.
Yeah, we got to the same place.
Yes.
Yeah, make a motion.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Ami has moved that it be counted as a vote against question 1. Is there? Okay, it's been seconded by Margie. I'll just go down the row here. Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. It is a vote against. We didn't even need the magnifying glass for that. But it's coming. It's definitely coming.
What happened to all the ones that?
They-
Good point.
Yeah,
Are they in there?
I just looked in there.
yeah, I got them all. Are they all in there? Well, you know what?
Oh.
The staff ought to be able to tell us where they are.
They better.
Because we left them in one of the board boxes. Yeah, they'll be there.
Kind of strange if someone would want our magnifying glasses.
And I think it was about.
What's the issue?
Voter intent. Voter intent, but I'm going to separate the envelope here because it shouldn't have been in the first place.
Okay. Is that a coffee spill?
Yes.
Oh, lucky, yes.
I hope it is.
Yeah, yes.
So
They did, okay.
No, if they say to give it to the board, that doesn't mean right now.
Oh.
It means it goes in the board referral pot. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
They'll give you the envelope and everything.
So this is out of 10-11. It's voter intent. And representative in Congress District 8.
What did they do? Still like have a job? It's the idea, we just need to.
So, here is what it looks like. It appears that it has spills of various kinds, and the question is on that vote. But I also point out that, some of these markings that are on, the marking that appears to be near the, well, no, the write-in box I can't explain. The rest looks like, the other marking is is question A bleeding through.
I think when they.
But,
folded it.
but it could be, yes, it could be that when they folded it, that the vote for US Senate bled onto the congressional district. Let me just show the whole thing. So
Particularly since they wasted a whole Dunkin' Donut coffee.
the coffee with the ink probably makes it all spill. Yeah, chemical reaction. Okay. Has everyone had a chance to see? No, okay.
Is there a question about the vote?
The question is what the vote is for Congress District 8. Because it appears to have a marking in the write-in, and it appears to have a marking for one of the candidates. Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying, is that I think what happened was,
Gold and the green.
this is like the ultimate in coattails, right? That, the marking from one goes on to the next one.
Yeah, I guess.
So, or maybe reverse coattails, because it didn't end up with the same candidate, right? I had just said to someone today, I said, every election, there is something new. And this is new.
Yeah.
I have not seen this in my time on the board, where a coffee reaction with an ink transference, that's a new one.
It ended up in an oval,
Yes, it ended up in an overvote. Yeah, it ended up in an oval. Yeah, exactly.
but it didn't end up on a name. It ended up by a write-in.
Yes, but that's still an overvote potential.
Without a name?
If somebody marks write-in and marks a name, yes,
The bubbles filled.
the machine will count it as an overvote.
If they do write-in, but then don't write in.
If they fill in that circle. Diane, if, right, the machine counts ovals.
Oh, I
Now,
see what you
now, we're not saying that that's how we would vote. If I got a ballot that,
Wasn't intended. No,
well, in this case, I don't think it was.
I think happened is when they folded it.
yeah, no, we got it, we figured that out.
And matches up precisely.
Right, no, that's exactly right. No,
I think it's a vote for.
no, that's exactly right. I agree 100% with what Alex just said.
Yeah, we'll make a motion.
So,
Very clear about what I think it is.
so,
Yeah, that is great.
so message to voters, try to keep your coffee and your ballot separate. If you possibly can,
See that, just in general. Unless somebody instructs me otherwise. If I see that filled in and they haven't put in a name, I would just dismiss it.
well, the board has to decide that.
Let's say.
The-
Say I haven't put in a name.
Diane, I don't disagree with you as far as how I would vote when it's before us. But if somebody fills in two circles, it comes before us.
Because otherwise, if it wasn't,
The machine.
The machine will say it's an overvote.
the machine will count it.
Right, so it has to come to us for a determination, but I don't
Yeah.
disagree with you.
Yeah, and I think I'm.
Now, the real problem would be if they started writing a name, then whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, is there a motion on this ballot?
It's all about the. Ready?
Okay, Margie has moved that be counted as a vote for Cheryl Riley for District 8. Is there a second? Any discussion? Okay, I'll start this way. Alex.
Aye.
Kina.
Aye.
Diane. Ami. Daniel. Margie. And I vote aye.
Okay, the next one is out of 1338. And the question relates to question one. And question A. Question one and question A. There's a write-in for president, but you have the right to do that.
Okay. I'll go this way this time. The issue is question one and question A, where you see both a circle and an X.
Well, wouldn't that be? Oh, one and eight.
Yes, both of them.
Great.
Because of question one and question A, yeah, correct. My instruction to the team so far is the same as it was in the primary, which is when in doubt, send it to us.
Oh, yeah. no,
And I've had people say, are you sure this looks easy? And I say, well, then it'll be easy for the board.
Yeah.
Now, when you guys, no, I was doing it because of you guys. If you guys say, I've seen too many of these, we can start having them make their own decisions. I'm cool with that, but obviously figuring out the line is hard. And that's why, if it takes us an extra second,
That's what we're here and go
Yeah.
through our first section, this canvas and.
well, we will see.
That's one that definitely should be.
Oh, yeah, that one?
That's not even easy.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree. It's not an easy one.
I think the X was made first and the coloring of the other thing in the top of it.
Anyone else have anything they want to say?
Haven't seen it.
Oh, okay, well, then I guess that's what you want to say right now. Okay,
Okay. Somebody didn't read the instructions.
that's one possibility. Although it's at the end of the ballot, so, on,
Read the instructions.
on the other, on the other hand, this voter only voted for president, senator, and the referendum.
Yeah.
They skipped everything else. And that's, and obviously the referenda is only if we count those as votes.
Yeah,
So-
no, I'm wondering. I'm actually wondering about that. But I think.
May I borrow,
Yeah, whatever happened to the.
Lights, I gotta fix it, it's not.
oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it bugged out. You think that's what they look like?
Sure.
Fine, I have one that looks for the hot one.
Why would we do that?
Well, it's hard to say. All right, the floor is open for discussion.
I would argue that, given that they have not voted on a whole lot of other things, the fact that they voted here at all means they intended.
So you would count those as votes for in both cases. Question one and question A.
Yes.
Man,
Okay, Kena, please, but speak up.
Yes. So adding to this discussion, because they didn't mark anything in the subsequent bubble underneath it, it would seem that they had decided for whatever reason that for questions, they would mark it differently than they would for those who they are as a person elected or selected. So they would see that questions have to be selected differently in terms of marcation, different than a person you're selecting on a ballot.
Just to make sure I understand, so you're counting them as votes or?
I think that they are votes for.
Oh,
Right, and that for
I think
whatever
it was
reason
a
they started
pre-mark.
thinking they should use it next.
I think that one of them is clearly a pre-mark because the the circle is very clearly up on top of the X. For the second one, it's not as clear to me which came first. But,
I don't think that. But then, maybe if that's the case, I know what you're saying, but it's not as clear the second one, but then why not then? Emphatically.
Right.
Like the one that you really.
well, let's suppose that they emphatically did not want to take a position. Now, I think that's unusual,
That's what I'm thinking.
but they also didn't take a position on a lot of other things.
That is correct.
But you know
That's
what?
I'm thinking.
I'm gonna tell you what I did once on one of these things. I marked it when I was in the booth and thought, wait a minute. I thought it was confusing and I did not want to make the wrong selection. So I crossed out my wrong thing. Maybe I got moved out at that point, but I remember after marking something, changing my mind, thinking, I'm not gonna vote for the wrong one and vote for what I don't agree with. I just want to be neutral. So this could be somebody who did mark it and then didn't want to register the wrong way.
So I'm inclined to agree with Diane, and of course, the theory that David was telling, it could be that the intention was that they voted and then realized they didn't really understand the question and decided to go back.
Take a look at the first one with the magnifying glass and tell me if you think there's any doubt as to whether the X came first or the circle came first.
I think on that first one, the X sign said.
Really?
No.
I think it came
I think
first.
it came first. Yeah, because it's clearly shaded on top of the circle is distinct. Like the mark on the, but again, of course.
Disagree, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if that's the case, it's not clearly manifest.
Well, to me, that means I think.
If
not
David,
clear.
David and Diane's theory is, if David and Diane's.
David's theory is not, it's not David's theory. David's theory is just talking out loud.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's just say if the X came before the circle, then that would be considered a vote.
Correct. I think that's also what Alex was saying in terms of the pre-mark. And we've had voters who definitely were doing pre-marking. We also have had voters who've definitely been doing crossing out. I mean, you know, that's why we're here, you know, so.
Shadings above the X, like while you can see the markings of the X, the indentations are more prominent of the circle.
Okay, I'm gonna ask everybody to do the same thing for the second question. You know.
For the second question.
Where's the magnifier? So for the question A. That one to me, it looks like the X is on top of the circle. But it's really, yeah. See, right. But so basically what I'm saying is that if I eyeball it, to me, the first one looks like the circle is on top of the X, and the second one looks like the X is on top of the circle. That's how I see it. Which is extremely unlikely, but not impossible.
I'm just gonna have to throw them both out. I can't. I'd actually accept. I can't get it.
Anyone else want to look at it with the magnifying glass?
Both.
I'm sorry, yes, is that a yes or a no? Oh, okay. Okay, the floor is open for discussion. I'm an undecided voter.
We need to have a motion.
Well, we do, but unless we can convince each other of something, which, I mean, obviously we could short circuit that and just have a motion on the floor and take a vote, but.
Let me just add to what I was saying, that they did vote for one person with just a circle filled in ballot. Yes. On the question 1 and 8, or whoever that is,
Yeah.
that they They voted like it was a 4 and then X in my mind, X out. So I personally would throw
I
out
think,
those two votes.
I think if you look at that first one, you'd be very hard pressed to say that the circle came first.
I remain convinced, so next thing first.
On both of them?
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell. I thought they were different sequences.
I think on the second one, the clearly is on top of the order from what I observed. On the first one, the
I'm just.
Oh. the overall is what was in the.
Okay, I'm gonna make a suggestion.
They did it.
A bifurcated question?
Yes, yes. Yeah. Okay, so here, hang on. So we're gonna take these separately. Okay? And obviously everyone can decide if they think that they are the same or different, that's kind of up to them. So the first question is on question 1. Okay, and I guess, so my first question is there a motion on question 1? Alex?
President, I move with respect to question 1 on this ballot, that it be counted as a vote for the question.
Okay, all right, it's been moved and seconded on question 1 that it be counted as a vote for. Any further discussion? Okay, I will start with Alex.
Aye.
Tina? Diane? Okay, Ami? Daniel? Margie? And I will vote aye. Okay, then we have question A. Question A. Alex, I'll call on you again. Okay,
Mr. President, with respect to the same ballot, I move that it be counted as a vote for question A.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that it be counted as a vote for. Are there any further discussion
On that motion?
on that motion? If that motion fails, we'll have further discussion of a different motion. If the motion passes, the motion passes. Okay, all right. I think we're ready to vote. I'll start this way this time. Margie? Daniel? Ami? Diane? We'll skip Diane for now. Diane passes. Tina? Alex?
I'll vote aye on that one.
Okay, I will vote no on that. I believe it passes.
It passes.
Was that 5-2 or 5-2? I will say that I think that was one of the harder ones we've gotten because we don't have any clear way to know what came first and what came second.
You know what,
Diane, are we ready to move on because we just declared the vote? Okay,
Tanya, did you vote on that?
Okay.
Voted aye.
she voted aye.
Dan,
Kevin,
Daniel and David voted.
Kevin, do our canvas meetings include who voted or which way on various motions?
The minutes themselves, no.
No, okay,
My little small pea brain keeps track of it,
okay.
because I gotta figure all this stuff out later on.
Right, no, understood. And only thing I object to in what you said, Kevin, was your description of your brain.
Okay, so these are gonna be both, looks like identifying. Let's just take it one at a time.
Well, you can, but the vote, first of all, the vote passed by more than, it went 4-3. That's why I just asked about what's in the minutes. Yeah, you can change your vote if you know, whenever you want to, but it's not a good use of our time to keep going back. So you can do it as long as your colleagues don't get too upset with you.
Okay.
So.
This is out of 0204.
You said it's identifying mark. I need to turn off my camera.
No, it's
Okay.
not an identifying mark.
Okay.
And frankly, I don't see anything wrong with that ballot.
Oh. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, this was the little mark. The question was whether the little marks have any significance. Let me just put these on here. That was, you can see that on the left margin, there are these little marks. And I'll go this way this time. Like I said, some of these are gonna be easier than others.
Yeah, it needs to be, well,
Yes, I would duplicate it.
so I guess in theory, the question is, I mean, it's not a question with regard to April Delaney, because the circle and the mark are both within for a vote for April Delaney. I guess the issue really is there any significance that there's a circle for Mike Scott and then there's a line for Larry Hope?
You've seen, if you guys have it, right?
That's weird. It's weird.
Weird, but I'm not sure determinative.
I mean, we can't guess what weird means.
I mean,
It was.
I
don't think that's.
the little mark. Yeah. That's kind of what I was, where I was going at. Yeah. Okay, is there a motion?
President, I move that we accept the US Senate.
Yeah.
Mike Scott and Congress.
Okay, so the motion is that this ballot be counted as a vote for Mike Scott for US Senator and for April McLean Delaney for District 6. And basically ignore the marking on the side. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll start this side. Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. But please do have them duplicated.
Yeah, last one, 1 o'clock. This is in 1302. Okay, well, there's one issue. Whiteout has returned to our world in the presidential race.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yes, and I also said that anything with whiteout should come to us. Is what all right. So this is let me go.
Hopefully the whole bunch would not return.
Right, hopefully, I'm hoping the whole punch does not return. But this is what it looks like. So I'll start this way. You know what? I started this way that last time. I'm gonna start this way. I'm trying.
Like I give up by this.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm a middle child. I'm trying to go in both directions. You know.
Do they still sell whiteout like at Staples?
Yes, they do. Looks like it. I use it for an abundance.
I'll put it to you this way, I would not buy stock in whiteout as a long-term investment. Short-term, you know.
When my son was a little boy and I took him into the office once. We had an office suite. I worked in the office. My coworker, that's secretary and video. And the kid would go back and forth, only bother one of us. And then it got very quiet. And it took me a few minutes. And he had painted the typewriter with snow paint.
Oh, how old?
Maybe 4.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, if he was 24, not Isadora. Yeah. Okay, is there a motion?
President, that is becoming, it's a vote for Kamala Harris. And
Okay.
Jim Walz,
Okay.
and that's a whiteout candidate. Good job.
Is there a second? Okay, all right, Margie. Daniel. He says aye. Diane. Kina. Alex, and I vote aye. Let the record reflect that Diane voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. You know.
So last
You can, you can interpret it your way. You can interpret it your way. Because there's so many press people who are watching, you know, Kamala, thanks you for your vote. You know, so.
I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, well, you know, she's gonna have an opportunity before it's over. She's gonna be able to say that I voted for Trump. So before it's over.
That was just round one.
Right, we have 20 more days to go, right? So, yeah.
I wonder what Diane will be cooking up.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll be broiling my neighbor from.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Take care of the business now. I gotta go to check my.
Yeah, do it. And don't forget to do your taxes.
I got. It didn't work last.
We're still on the good market. All right, all right, so this is two. I can't think of it. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Diana, I was trying to help the board today. I'm telling everyone that you were supporting the that one is. Okay, so it's. That takes time. Yes. They don't.
No, All right. And so.
That's kind of how I was feeling. So, yeah. The last. Yeah, because now saw. Okay, well, thank you. So that you go to all. Well, also, restriction. Out of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sign now.
Most of them are back.
They did, yeah, but just.
All right, yes, you know, on to the. One is for. Of course,
So.
Yeah, good, yeah. Oh, okay, good, yeah, really.
So.
I think it's just there, I think it's like the bird. Okay, But still, that's a lot of.
I just needed to know if you're gonna be in the building or. It's okay, no, as long as it's in the building, I'm gonna have, so she can get.
Yeah. You can just go over and ask, but I don't think so. Close, Allison. Good. I've been really good. Yes. I can feel better, so I think I can.
Oh, there you go. It's one of the stuff.
And I'm giving everybody for free. That's one.
Yeah, I realize it's hard, you know, wait for things, you know,
Yes, that's so. Yeah. You're gonna be ready to be.
Because this guy here, but it's not gonna get scanned, that's why they're putting something on. No, I understand, I appreciate the ballot, that's great. Okay, good, well, very much. I guess we'll know. I guess. Usually. So if I really have any questions.
Good after about 10 steps, but my first 10 steps were like. Hi. It's got the camera on.
Not that much of a little change.
It's a meal to me. Yeah.
Actually, that's right.
Sorry, I always
Oh, I think they actually, yeah.
Not traveling. It's become a very big project. Oh, cute. During the prime time.
I don't see these down. I don't see.
I was,
Oh, wow.
Nice place. So make sure.
Thank you. Yes. Several people.
We good? We're good.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have to hear it. Yeah.
Looks like.
Yeah, right. We're all good here.
Read that in the.
No, I'll take it. Your extraneous information, and you got the ballot out of it.
We did.
Okay.
All right, thank you. One.
What is it? That's it. Yeah, see you guys in the comments? Yeah. Put it back in the envelopes, you said. Great, just so I can get it. If it's a driver's license or something like that, we'll take it and put it back. With that. Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Gotta get there early.
Right.
You're gonna keep working this day, okay? Okay, see you. Yeah. Okay, so. Oh, I see, okay. We feel that way, everything else is. Well, maybe it's not. No. Yes.
Yeah, just.
Correct. No, everyone's yeah. Send them up there. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I did get a kid. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, okay, let me just take this and I will put this on. I'll mail it back to the. I would fill this in a month. Exactly. Okay, have your challenge. Yes. It's just the
We're like. So accommodating, love trade off. No, I think I did it that way, it's much this way now. Right, yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah. We did it. Find out. My old sister's nice.
Gonna have you work here today. That's not in G. I'm thinking that.
Not 200, right? Going. Are you just need another ballot? We'll need probably the same to each other. We're down there. Who wants that?
Hi. Hi.
Hi. Could be, right, the fast numbers are long. Yeah, I'm here.
That's PSA, it's the PSA. Yeah. What I would say. Used to be there. That would be 47.
Did that just get distributed? Wow. How did that look? Oh, I see. It's an envelope that looked like a ballot. Right, yeah, all right. No, yeah, I'm saying, one more, your farm more is fine. Jerry.
Right. I will be back. I didn't get the right number. I double counted all of that. Okay, and here's your line. So the numbers get first to the board. Well, not in this case. Raise that question, if somebody brings it home, it's not going if only you could talk about it, that's one to talk about. That's what it can't be.
Okay, thank you.
You want to tell them?
I was.
But smoking right now. I think it's out smoking. Oh, I don't see no. That's the right. That's.
Yeah.
Because we know where it's from. I don't. Yes, it's okay. Side.
I did everything expected.
Oh, I do. Okay.
That's a lot of blood things from that. Well, this one. I'm obviously very well. I am. And something told me I think you're saying really interesting. This about the base here, the closest. We are not to this place and the design. Every time I see that name, and I go, oh goodness, look it up, like something told me, you don't know how to sit down. Actually, sometimes down by 2 inches. Yeah. Yeah,
All right. So I'm taking. Say. I don't want those like. Exactly. That one. Yeah.
So, I just don't know this.
Oh, that's.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Be safe, I would. Yeah. I just get this. Oh, I would here anyways. Better separate out based off party. That makes it.
Start to hand you the whole. And then jump down and upstairs.
That makes it one case. Yeah. You guys had any idea about?
I have to.
Yeah, you do both. Like how you said that. It always kind of stunts when people use pencils or guys. Like once I graduated, like middle school, they all made me write pen anything. Or anything. Right, so you need.